つも君と待ち続けた季節
Alrighty, so
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I'm back at this tower thing again. I will admit, this was very, very difficult for me. Last time I was playing. Alright. Well, let's go ahead and make sure that I end up sharing this out. Let's make sure I actually copy the correct link there. Alright. Then I pull... this link. Copy both of those, paste it in, and now I start sending it in the servers needed. Apologies for the delay here, as well as apologies for starting up late. I was finishing up some recordings. And those took precedent, honestly. And I am almost done. There we go. Okay. Gonna try one more time with this fight. If I'm unable to do it, I am going to work on other things. Because there's plenty of other quests I can go do. Actually, speaking of which, I do believe I can come out here. I wasted some of my healing. My items.
Little help!
Burn in hell!
Radiant
Going in.
here!
Eternal devastation!
Discharge.
Mega ray!
Dragon
Going in.
form!
It's like dragging me up to the wall!
You're mine!
Lion power.
Confiscated!
Grounded.
Glacial
Make it
sphere!
rain.
Here's evil! This ends
I didn't
now!
need to use
Consider
that.
yourself finished! Now!
Crescent moon.
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Anything in order
Now.
is all.
Chill!
This ends now!
Okay,
Consider yourself finished!
that's better. Getting back into the nick of things. It has been
Everyone's
quite a
still
while
in one
since I've
piece?
last played
Yep.
this.
I barely worked up a sweat.
Yes, I do wish to rest, and I do wish to eat. What am I gonna eat? Preferably something that
Hey,
raises
Shion.
defense.
Got any requests for?
That's attack up, that's heal after battle. More dropped items, don't care. Elemental defense, maybe? Honestly, I'd rather have the defense up. Base defense up. And 20 minutes versus 15? I'd rather have the 15 minutes with the
This is
effect
perfect.
up.
I'll have everybody's mouths watering when they.
Thank you, Law. Unfortunately, the rest aren't available to get the dialogue with.
I'll see you
So
again
let's just
tomorrow.
sleep.
Come on, Rinwell, up and at 'em.
But I'm still all sleepy.
Be fine. Yeah, no, that should be fine. Fine. Sell the gold chunk. Can I even forge any weapons? Yes, I can forge the Gladius. Yes, craft that. Craft that carrot blade. Craft the Gladius Rain. And equip it. Alright, so am I actually using you? I am using you, so I should just craft this one and apply it. I can still craft yours. Why is that constantly showing up there? Mystical Lumina Core to get that. Downwall Gargantua Bone, okay. There we go.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Alright, I've got the defense up. Got a little bit of upgraded equipment that I didn't notice before. Let's head up here now. I should be able to take on this.
It's just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right.
Totally, Law. Seriously though, these steps go on forever. They really do.
This astral energy is incredible.
It's so thick here. Even we can sense it.
Get ready, everybody!
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me.
Wow, it's been a while since I've saved. Okay. Never actually realized how long it's been since I've last manually saved. Forgot it was a save quit from losing this fight so many times. Last.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first.
Going in.
I owe you one.
Radiant, here! Primed and ready! Dance in the wind!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Rising
here.
Falcon! Dragon Swarm!
I'll be saving this
It's
one!
over!
Dance in the wind! Here! Air throne! Too much to
Take this.
handle?
No
Light
escape!
axe raging cascade!
You're finished!
Magic
Crush.
Kazam! Freeze Lancer!
Soaring Light
You
Spear!
just
Move
air thrust!
Rondo! Rise!
Healing circle! Thanks! That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that.
Everyone, look out!
Hurricane slice!
We're doomed! Doomed!
Ow.
Together, Law.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
You picked the wrong fight!
Healing circle!
Thanks.
Okay. Ow! What, are you gonna laser beam or are you gonna summon more? What you gonna do first? You gonna summon more?
Newcomers, let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too!
Primed and ready!
Eternal Devastation!
Laser blow!
Strike!
Flaming meteor!
Dragon Swarm!
Hurricane slice!
It's over!
Here, let me help!
Crush!
First aid!
Their arts were interrupted.
I never miss! Far beyond
Eternal
the darkest
devastation!
skies. I
Bruno
call
Rondo!
Feast assault!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Sleep out!
You're mine!
Water, hear my call!
Not today!
Over the stockpile! Spread! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Here I come!
Malevolent!
Strike!
Magic is
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now!
Oh, weird.
Scarlet Inferno!
How's the audio this time around, by the way, Kane?
Soaring Light!
I know we, there was a little bit of, issues last week,
Soaring Light Spear!
or last time.
Here's a healing arc!
Soaring Light Spear! Is this it?
Don't leave me!
Where are you going? Right up the dark. All right, let me at 'em.
I'll bring you back from death's
I
abyss!
let my guard down.
Resuscitation!
I owe you one.
Spread!
Ah!
Burning strike! Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Soaring Light Spear!
Hydration ore! Lightning
Rising Falcon!
Thunderblade!
What are you gonna do?
Magic! Holy land! Here's a healing order! Here, let me help!
Soaring Light Spear! Stay away from my friends!
Shield and
Dragon Swarm! Eternal Devastation!
Here's
Not like
Soaring
this.
Light Spear!
Raging Cascade!
Here I come!
Dance in the
No,
wind!
hit,
Air
hit,
thrust!
hit,
Light
hit.
Magic Kazam!
Soaring Light Spear!
Ah, you hate you. Did YouTube end up disconnecting again? Is that what happened?
What was I thinking? Air thrust! Searing tempest! And that's my will!
Soaring
Flare
Light Spear!
tornado!
The flame inside me yearns to be let
Bring
free!
you back from death's abyss!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'll bring
you'll
you
pay
back
for
from
that.
death's abyss!
I'm not done!
Resuscitation!
You're finished!
A new
Rising
lease of
Falcon!
life!
Okay,
Soaring Light
interesting.
Spear!
One's mine.
I think I'm just having some connection issues on YouTube because of bitrate.
Soaring Light Spear!
Resuscitation!
Hurricane slice.
Run!
Ready to go!
Look sharp.
That's uplifting me!
Eat
Illuminate the
Here's a
dark.
healing arm.
This
Holy
one's
glimmer.
Holy glimmer. First aid. Holy land.
Nothing
You're about to slam.
Radiant here. Glowing stars of light.
Soaring light
Rain
spear.
down and pure
On guard.
light.
Rising falcon.
This one's mine. That's better.
Eternal devastation.
Good shot.
Soaring
Because
light
honestly,
spear.
there's been a lot of network issues over on my end for a while due to them doing work on the road.
No escape.
Magic is there. Sleep now.
Soaring light
I'll
spear.
be saving this one.
Igneous discharge.
Burning strike.
Soaring light.
Shining
Here
supernova.
I come.
This
Strike.
one's
Here's a
mine.
healing arc.
Rising falcon.
First and hurricane.
It's on.
Tempest
Going in.
swirl. Here.
You I'll bring you back from death's
Hurricane
abyss.
flames will roar.
Resuscitation.
Burning strike.
Blizzard bloom.
Blah 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 magic.
A
Not
new
done
lease
yet.
on life.
Flaming meteor.
Soaring light
Get
spear.
the gist.
Rising falcon.
Igneous
Here's
discharge.
a healing arc.
Crush.
First aid.
Strike.
Now.
Lewis Kisara.
There we go.
Commander of Phoenix
Phoenix Cyclone.
Take it
My
away.
turn. Take this.
And again. In
Soaring
here.
light spear. This one's
Back
all
into the
mine.
front for the stockpile.
Do it.
Rising.
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire.
Mystic Art, okay.
Glacial spear. Look
Here's
sharp.
the cascade.
Shield.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Eat dirt.
I should also be free tomorrow,
There.
if you think you will.
They just keep coming.
This thing's putting us through our paces.
Ah! Ignite.
In here. Hear me.
Here I come.
I'll be safe. This
Ah!
thing strike.
Slaughter assault.
Here lightning orb.
Lightning meteor.
Ha!
Light astral.
Ah!
Illuminate the dark.
No
Come
chance.
Holy
Not a
glimmer.
chance. No
Blood.
escape.
Holy land. Here's a healing arc.
Megasonic thrust.
Aid.
Igneous discharge.
Aqueous thirst.
Flaming meteor.
Flame of
Grounded power.
I can carve through
Glacial
armor.
spear.
Illuminating blah 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 magic.
Pierce.
Holy land.
Glacial fire.
Take this.
Well,
This is
where
the
are
wind.
you going? Not like this.
Water. Hear my
You're
call.
mine. Strike.
Spread.
Soaring light spear. This one's all mine.
Glacial spear.
Rising
Here's evil.
Astral
Freak
energy.
Lancer.
Strike.
Raging cascade.
Ah! Eat dirt.
Resuscitation.
Eternal devastation.
Blah, blah, magic.
You're mine. I'm not done. Ha!
Gotcha. That is rough.
Take
this.
Try harder.
The earth throbs in pain. Armor won't save us.
Oh, I forgot. The tornado started.
Here's
Items, heavy treat.
That should do it.
Let me at him.
Eternal devastation.
sorry.
Crush.
I'll bring you
Here.
back from
Tiger
death's
blade.
abyss.
Then also use the pineapple gel.
Here I
Store
come.
those cure points.
I'm not
Sloppy.
I've still got some fight left in me.
Soaring light spear. Soaring light spear.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Rising
I'll bring you
falcon.
back from death's abyss.
The flame inside.
Resuscitation.
Will
this help?
You picked the wrong fight. No escape.
Hurricane
Eternal
I'll bring you back
devastation.
from primed and rinsed. Blizzard bloom.
Resuscitation.
I can carve through armor.
Flaming meteor. Here, let me help.
Still got some fight left.
Thanks.
Lightning
Water.
orb.
Hear my power. I let
Try
my guard
harder.
down.
Now.
Magic is there.
Here I come.
Lunar corrupt. Freeze lancer. Lunar blast.
No further.
You're mine.
I'll bring you
Dragon
back
swarm.
from death's abyss.
Hydration orb.
It's weak.
There we go. Core drop road.
This ends now. Eternal devastation.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Eternal devastation.
Freeze lancer. Come guard.
The flame inside me. Here.
Understandable.
Hurricane. Glacial
Why not do
spear.
the storm as a let's play and I can make something to play alongside you?
Flaming meteor.
Soaring light spear. Try hard. Not today.
It's go time.
Strike.
Hurricane slice.
Soaring light spear.
I can carve through armor.
Blizzard bloom.
Rising falcon.
Lion howl. Hurricane rush.
It's too much. Eternal devastation.
Annihilation.
Strike.
Sounds like a better plan.
Here, let me help.
Sleep now. First
Here I
aid.
come.
I'll be safe.
Lightning meteor!
Coming through! Ha! Now!
Yeah.
Scarlet Inferno!
Will this
Raging
help?
storm. More where that came
Look
from.
sharp!
An astral arch?
Where are
That's
you
my
going?
cue.
Thanks, Shion.
Shut him down!
Laser cyclone.
Dragon
in.
Swarm!
I owe you one
Graviton
for that.
field.
Crush! Eat dirt!
Hurricane
Mega
strike!
ray.
Beast assault!
Try harder! Here I come!
Ready and ready.
Here's a healing
I
heart.
can carve through armor.
First aid.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Magic
Here!
Sam. Sleep now.
Luna Rondo!
I'll be safe.
Soaring Light
Train
Spear!
harder.
Gotcha.
Shining supernova.
Struck!
Tiger blade! Not like this!
Blah blah blah.
I'll bring
Eternal
you back from
devastation.
death's
Stars
abyss.
of light. Rain down into hellfire.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitation.
Crush!
Meteor.
Megasonic Throw!
Pineapple gel, restore.
Harder.
By the
Strike.
power of water.
This should do it!
Saving this one. Not your dreams.
Take this!
Back into the
Soaring
fray.
Light Spear! Rising Falcon! You! Stay away from my friends!
Come on.
What
Take
was I
it.
thinking?
Take
Guardian field!
Now you see what I can do.
I'm ready to go.
Resuscitation.
Dragon!
I won't give up.
Understandable.
Still got some fight left in me. Purge malevolence.
Guardian
Magic is
field.
out. Freeze
I'm
Lancer.
ready to
Eternal
go.
You get the
Devastation!
gist.
And you
Megasonic
leave
Throw!
right.
Take this!
More to the death pile.
All right.
Eternal
Give me that.
Devastation! You're mine!
Blade. Here's a healing
Come
arm.
on.
First aid. Light astral energy.
Soaring Light Spear!
Hurricane flight!
Rising Falcon!
On guard.
Lightning
Strike! Crush!
Laser bloom!
Soaring Light
Lightning
Spear!
descent.
Let me help.
Thunder blast.
Appreciate
Illuminate
the
the
help.
dark.
I won't give up.
It's on!
Well, that's annoying.
What was I thinking?
Gemini Aqua.
Four packs you opened, it hurt your very soul.
Back from death's abyss.
Soaring Light Spear!
Resuscitation.
Eternal Devastation! Take this!
Hurricane
Megasonic
flight!
Thrust! Ignite!
Blizzard bloom! Flaming
I'm
meteor!
not done! Crush!
Hurricane flight!
Crush!
This one's
Let
mine.
the marksman handle this.
Now,
Still
while
got
it's
some fight
reeling.
left in me.
Take it down!
No escape!
Celestial
Eternal
Ladder.
Devastation!
Thanks. Just what I needed. Ice
Crush.
prison.
Ready and ready.
Here's the evil.
Aw, too shy.
Now you see what I can do.
Here.
In a vine.
All
This one's all
disasters
mine.
made one.
You picked the wrong fight!
Why can't you delete the wizard?
Spear. Here's the evil.
You're mine! Strike!
Freeze Lancer.
Yeah, that's easily replaceable though.
Sonic Thrust! Dragon Stick!
Arctic waterfall.
Try harder! My
Arc
turn!
field.
Strike! Crush!
More annihilation.
Strike!
Far beyond the darkest skies.
Cut!
All
Like, I know exactly where you can go to farm to get it.
Dragon Swarm!
Burning strike.
This isn't looking good!
Here's the healing arm.
Take this! Soaring Light Spear! Rising Falcon!
Hurricane flight. I'll heal
Look
you
sharp.
all.
The
That'll
flame
bring you
inside
down.
me yearns to be let free!
Raging
bloom.
cascade.
Flaming
Eternal
meteor!
Devastation! You picked the wrong
Hurricane
fight!
flight!
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Raging cascade.
Look
Here's a
sharp.
healing arm.
Spear.
In here.
First aid!
Rising
More
Falcon!
annihilation.
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning orb.
Crush.
Radiant. More where that came.
Don't give up! Look sharp!
Here's a healing arm.
Hurricane! Another wave?
Get me out of this
How
corner,
long do we
please.
have to deal with this?
Radiant.
Pineapple gel.
Here.
This should do
Still
it!
got some fight left
Look
in
sharp!
Soaring Light!
Hurricane flight!
Radiant.
Blizzard bloom!
I'm out of ammo.
Is this it?
Flaming
Damn.
meteor! Hurricane
I'll bring you
flight!
back from
Beast
death's abyss.
assault!
Better.
Think again!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
On guard!
Resuscitation.
Hurricane flight!
Thank
May
you.
have been. I
Do
won't
not.
give up.
Confiscated.
Try harder!
Take care of
Guardian field!
Kudos.
All right,
Soaring Light
let me
Spear!
out.
Alright, let's use that second elixir on
What
Shion.
was I thinking?
I'm ready to go. On guard.
Resuscitate!
Hurricane flight.
I still got the reload!
I'll take you
What
all
am I currently
on.
focusing on? I can't see.
Flare Demolisher.
Here's a healing art! Illuminate! Blah, 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 magic! Holy land!
I've taken two regular guard down.
Back into the fray!
Soaring light!
Raging
Soaring
storm!
light spear! Luna Rondo! Soaring light spear! Luna Rondo!
Hurricane
It's
flight.
on!
Going in.
Ha! Burn in hell!
Going in.
Hut, hut,
Look sharp.
hut. Soar-
A
Light
new
spear!
lease on life. Look sharp.
Is this it?
Knew that was about to happen. Change you out for you.
Lunar corruption!
By the
From
power
beyond,
of water.
imbue this vanquished soul with resuscitation. Our arts are being interrupted.
Not done yet!
Regenerate.
Let the marksman
No
handle
further.
it.
Soaring light spear!
I'll bring you back
Luna
from death
Rondo!
abyss. I never miss. This one's mine.
Soaring light spear!
Magna ray.
Lightning!
Rising
Downfall!
falcon! Ha! I'm not.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Try harder! Not a chance!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitate!
Who is getting resuscitated?
I still got some fight left in me.
Rinwell. Okay. So Halim, here you go.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Demon Lightning to death!
Soaring blast!
Illuminate
Heavy treat. Activate.
the magic and bam! Holy
Reflect on night. I couldn't make it in time.
I'm just waiting for this NATO to end.
Rain down and purify all!
Another incantation.
Can't lose.
Here goes! Seal!
Can you take it?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Stars of light! Rain
It's in
down
your
and
hands
purify
now.
Freeze Lancer! Huh.
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll bring you back from
You're
death's
mine.
abyss.
More for the
Rising
sun!
Falcon!
Resuscitation! I'm
Crush!
ready!
No escape!
No rest for the wicked.
I'm nearly done for.
Here's a healing
No!
art!
Oh, I got stunned.
Forgive me. This is my fault.
This one's mine.
Let's just wait a little bit for that.
I'm all stocked up!
Execution.
Annihilation! Into the shadows!
From beyond.
Annihilation!
I can carve through armor.
There!
I've still got some fight left
Take
in me.
this.
Will this help? Lightning condemns! Thunderblade! Too much to handle?
It's not too late to bow out.
I'm not looking to get our tails handed to us.
That's exactly why.
Try harder!
The flames
Now!
will roar! Art sealed!
Soaring light spear! No!
Not on my
Can't
watch.
end
Okay, time to use this Omega Elixir.
here!
Oh! There!
Benediction light.
Illuminate the dark! Close one! Far beyond the darkest sky!
I won't give up.
I call
Soaring
upon
light
thee!
spear!
It's in your hands
Rondo!
now.
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
Try harder! Now! You may be strong.
These
But I'll
stupid
never back
NATOs.
Photon, you get the gist.
Anything in armor is all mine.
I'll take it from here.
These stupid tornadoes are the main things that end me.
Deus roar! Huh. Go get him! Dance in
Armor
the
won't
wind!
save you.
In here!
Let's go ahead and use a... Yeah, let's use... I have no more life bottles or elixirs. Oh no.
There!
Photon flip! Just what the doctor take care of.
This one's all mine! Ignite!
Fuck you, birds!
Eternal devastation! do it! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! I'm not... Crush! Strike! Crush!
Well, that's annoying.
It's go time!
Eternal devastation!
Now you see what I can do!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Hurricane
Ignite!
Watch this!
This
Here I come!
Total assault!
Rising
Hurricane
Falcon!
Look sharp!
Watch it!
Jesus Christ!
There!
Not like this!
Here I come! No! I have no limits! Try harder! Not a chance!
Not my finest.
I'm okay with this. Nope, nope, I'm not retrying that. I'm not retrying that. I'm gonna continue on with other things. I'm not retrying that.
I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place my only home.
There's a reason I did an autosave there, or a manual save.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Nope, 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 nope. Not doing that. See, I can't do this one because I don't have the rarest book. I can't do this one because too low of level. Done? Okay. Farewell Mage, I'm having troubles with, so I'll level up a bit more before trying to continue this one. The Owl Forest, I believe... I believe there's nothing else for me here. Like, if anything, the owls are on Lenegus.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Yeah, you guys don't have anything else for me. This seems to be full. This seems to be full. Seems to be full. Seems to be full. Seems to be full. What am I missing then? All of these seem to be full. Did I... I believe the, I've already gotten all the owls. Doesn't make sense on why the, thing is still there, though. Oh my. Okay, that's actually a little annoying. I have to go so far back.
We've reached our destination.
Buy and sell items, buy. Ah, I am poor now. I am out of money. Whatever will I do? I
You
know.
can never be too prepared.
I will change what I am resting, what my resting bonuses are, to... Oh, I can't do that because I don't have any C Prem. I guess more dropped items.
This looks perfect. Guaranteed.
Just means I can sell more items. What the frick noise did I just make? I actually have no idea. Alright, let's start lurking there, and let's get good moving. And since I am needing a lot more XP,
Eternal devastation!
Look sharp.
Sonic thrust! Dragon swarm!
Hurricane
In a bind?
These ones can run rings around us.
water.
I'll be
Dragon
saving this
swarm!
one. Spread!
Glacial spear.
Burn in hell!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me!
Now!
Glacial spear.
Lunar roll
Here's
attack!
evil.
Soaring light spear!
Glacial
Rising
fire.
falcon! Take
Beast
it!
assault. Where are you going?
Lightning orb! Lunar corruption! The darkest sky!
The earth throbs in pain.
Make it rain.
Law! Look sharp!
okay, let's get that.
Lightning tiger blade! My turn!
How about
Illuminate the
this?
dark!
Take this!
Lunar corruption!
Dragon
Flaming
swarm!
meteor.
Gemini
Make it rain.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Alright.
Looks like we won.
Little help!
By the power of water.
Eternal devastation! Yeah! No escape! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's
It's
for.
on!
Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Look sharp.
Ready and raring!
How about
Now you
this?
see what I can do!
Hurricane strike.
No further!
Burning beast assault. Glacial spear.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Pierce!
Freeze Lancer! Holy Lance!
Strike! Try harder! My turn!
Hurricane
Crush!
Lunar
beast
corruption!
assault.
My turn! Dragon swarm!
Thunder field!
Searing tempest.
I'm not done!
Raging
Eternal
tornado!
devastation!
Flare.
Strike!
Tornado! Purge! Blah blah blah!
This
That's
is
working!
mine!
Far enough.
Dragon
Will
swarm!
this help?
Lightning energy!
Burn!
Hurricane to the wind!
This
Air
one's
healing
mine.
circle!
I owe you one.
Water. Flaming Where are you going? Appreciate the help.
Holy Lance!
Round and pound.
No further!
Look sharp.
Dragon
Anything in armor is all
Hurricane
mine!
strike. Beast assault.
Dragon swarm!
And again! Photon flash! Mega Raging cascade! Lightning!
Switch to
Eternal devastation!
Annihilation!
Flaming
one's
meteor.
all mine.
Astral energy!
Ignite!
Crescent moon.
Annihilation!
There we go.
Eternal devastation!
Gemini
Dragon
On
swarm!
guard.
Now we're never...
Raging cascade!
Mega sun!
In a bind?
Dragon swarm!
Dance in the wind!
Try harder! My turn!
Air thrust!
I'm not done!
Fall!
Damn it.
Watch and
This
crush.
one's mine.
You're mine!
Illuminate the dark!
Shield of this haste.
Holy glimmer!
Dragon
Holy
swarm!
land!
Lion's howl.
Healing
No
circle!
escape!
Lunar arc.
Ready and
Illuminate the dark!
Soaring
Touch
light
fire!
spear!
Holy glimmer! Holy land!
Rising falcon! You picked the wrong fight!
Will this help?
Eternal devastation!
Purge ready!
Shield
This one's mine!
Do you require a hand?
Sleep now!
smash you!
Time to shine.
Here I come!
I'll heal you all! Saving
No
this one.
further! I'm not done!
Far enough!
Dragon
Healing
Swarm!
Flag assault!
More with that
Eternal
heat.
devastation!
Lunar
You're
corruption.
finished!
Meteor!
I owe you this time! Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I hate these big enemies. They are
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
overly extremely beefy. I absolutely hate them. I also hate how I left here and now I have to run back all the way through. Hey, old Fuzzy Bear, hope your Dead by Daylight stream ends up going well.
I won't forgive
Hope you end up breaking those killer's ankles.
You picked the wrong fight!
Burning strike!
Eternal devastation! Dragon Swarm!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall. In here.
Eternal devastation!
Purge malevolence.
Damn it.
Magic and
Too
lunar
fast.
corruption.
Stand back.
Seal.
I'll trip it up.
Gemini, I'll save this one. Blah, 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 magic.
Do you require
Shield
help?
and seal. I'll be saving one.
Take this.
Back into the fray! Radiant
Now you see what I can do.
Hurricane fight!
Eternal...
Land drop.
Here.
Now for something special.
Do it!
Shield!
This ends
There we go.
now!
That's
Consider yourself finished!
Here I go!
Now! Here I
Knowing
come!
death
All
by
disaster
name.
shade one. Come confiscated.
not what I meant to use.
I'm on a roll. Burning
Crush.
strike.
Burn!
Glacial spear!
Here's the
Hurricane
evil.
fight!
Freeze land.
Beast assault!
Here's
Dragon Swarm!
Switch this one's mine!
Thanks.
Do it!
Doubling! In an instant! Impact Cross! My turn! No escape!
Illuminate the dark. One more. Come on.
Prepare to be
Deliver.
sealed.
This
Mega
one's
Red.
Dragon Swarm! Eternal devastation!
go.
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Little bit of action from everyone.
Seems about right to me.
Skill points accumulated on Kisara. Is it not? Oh no, it's that one. Okay. $1,000. Another 300. Another 200. Another 1,200. Another 600. Okay. Jeez, it is hot in here.
I'll do my best!
Illuminate the closet. Holy Sliver.
In a bind?
Dragon
Holy
Swarm!
Land. I'll heal you.
You're mine!
Take this!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
I'm not done! You're mine!
Switch to
Wind astral energy.
Eternal devastation!
Igneous discharge!
Seal.
Blow him down!
Try harder! Now!
Lunar
Take it!
corruption.
Crush!
Holy Land.
Take this!
Rivers of purity.
In a bind?
Dragon Swarm!
Make it rain!
Support!
Astral energy.
Say no more! My turn!
Ready
Lunar
to
corruption.
I can carve through walls!
Blow him down!
blast! Flag assault!
Freeze Lancer. Dance in the wind.
I'm not done!
Flaming meteor! Here's evil!
Eternal devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Hurricane below!
Crush! My turn!
Ready and ready!
Strike!
Glacial fire!
Eternal devastation! Pierce!
Howl!
I'm not done! Eternal devastation! Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Freeze Lancer.
Eternal devastation!
Breaking storm.
Megasonic thrust!
There we go. That's better for that fight.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
The entire reason I didn't do this yet is because I was afraid that this was going to end off the game, and I didn't want to start New Game Plus yet. However, I am going to go do this now. As I have no reason not to.
Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever
The
happens,
only way is forward.
I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Indeed. All right. Let's move forward. Onwards to the adventure of a lifetime. To the stars.
Hold up, you guys.
And beyond.
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Sounds about right.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
Interesting.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
in red.
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
Indeed it is.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Toying with live skid. I am not going to bother reading that. Potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with a strong distaste for following orders. As such, the risks it poses surpass even those of the last subject. The last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum: this is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. Crest indicating the designated element. Moving on, astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables such as age have no bearing whatsoever, because only the strongest go on to become lords. The position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. Lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a master for his powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process. Yada yada yada. Acting Lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position. A replacement must be quickly prepared. Interesting. Are N terminals used for the collection of astral energy? We were explained this. Same with master cores. Providing the Sovereign with the supplemental dark astral energy it lacks, in tandem with the Renus Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability of the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. In line with the planned adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and be returned to its original household. Interesting. For every astral element, however, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. Die during the adjustment period, and stability is not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the security of Lenegus if left unchecked. As such, put in place via the support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on downed subjects are authorized to continue. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold. Okay. Any other information? Since two sets of conducting pathways, the vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links to the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. Semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interfere with it when necessary. Okay, so this is more recent. I don't really care about that Lenegus that much. The sedative mask. Full face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegus 300 years ago, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. Okay. Don't care about any other subjects there. Do I just need to continue, or is there any other information from consoles? Oh, they're doing road work still. Okay, that's what's going on out there. That's the noise I've been hearing outside. Okay. Got it. Doesn't change, it's kind of annoying. Oh, this heat. Sweating up a storm. I hate it. Okay. There was an item over here? I did not actually see that. I'm glad I looked up at the mini-map. This was Alpin's room. 3 more life bottles, that's helpful.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lennigus will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
I believe that's 43? Or is it actually 42?
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegus.
43. Okay.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegus crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart.
She did indeed, Alphen. Don't hate her for that. In fact, thank her, if anything. Sorry, I'm just having to do something real quick that I had completely forgot about. There we go, that's better. That's better.
She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Let's head up. Come on, let me open it. A heavy treat, okay. What's over here? Nothing. Intriguing. Synthetic plant-like structure.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
I'm getting chills sent down my spine.
Naori. What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done.
It might have just been a self-fulfilling
With the
prophecy.
destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Info dropping. Lore drops.
Naori. That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
It was a message left by Naori that Danon's will ended up, or not Danon's will, but yeah, Danon's will carried out.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These
very
clothes
pretty.
are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience.
By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still. No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Shion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Here. That's better. Ooh. Weren't you waiting on something? You were waiting on that. Nope, you're grabbing Vitalize. Revitalize. Ooh. This wasn't an auto trigger, so I skip it. And let's go to equipment real quick. Yeah, this weapon is better. Outfits. That's a nice looking blade. I might as well. And let's keep this outfit together. Yeah, that looks right. That looks good. Alright, so do I just go through this door? I go through this door. There's nothing around, correct? That's the door I came from. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything around. Alright. Oh, next floor.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
We should, yes.
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Wish there was a fast travel point up here. Because there hasn't been one for quite a while. As can clearly be seen if I go back and back and back. Like, so far.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
All once more. The powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like
Indeed.
it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Glacial Spear.
Prepare to be
Here's
seized.
evil. This one. Freeze Lancer.
How about
Where
this?
are you going? Radiant Storm.
Piercing
Try
roar!
harder!
More where that came from.
Slag assault!
Let me show you what my art can
Burn.
do. Celestial Shine. I
Flaming
Eternal
meteor!
devastation! Dragon
Thanks so
Swarm!
much.
On guard!
Crush!
Igneous disc!
Lightning Orb.
Hurricane
Dragon Swarm!
These guys have a lot of health.
Crescent moon!
Here's evil.
Tiger blade!
Eternal
Freeze
devastation!
Lancer. Lightning condemned.
Can't get out of this!
Ground and pound!
Thunder Blade. Illuminate the reload. Magic.
Shield and
Holy
cleanse!
Hand.
Hurricane!
Confiscated.
Hear my
Eat
call!
dirt.
Blizzard bloom!
Lightning condemned.
Eternal devastation!
Here's evil.
Dragon Swarm!
Here's a healing lance.
It's
I
showtime!
owe you one for that.
Now you see what I can do!
Mega ray!
Eternal devastation!
Hydra Take with the wind. In here.
Flaming
More
meteor!
I'll heal you all. Blah, 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 magic.
Here, let me help.
Sleep now. Eat
dirt.
I'll be saving this one.
Try harder! Not a chance!
Glacial Spear. Where are you going?
Dragon Swarm!
This one's
Flame
mine!
inside me! Yours to be let free!
Arcane Waterfall.
Not today!
This one's mine!
Mega
Sleep
Sonic
now.
Thrust!
Look sharp!
I'll be
Eternal
saving
devastation!
annihilation. In here.
An outstanding
More
defense.
Eternal
Stop
devastation! Try harder!
Thunder Blade.
Eternal
Where did that
devastation!
came from?
On guard!
Steel.
Eternal
I'll be saving this one.
Ow.
Igneous
Eternal
disc!
devastation!
Not in your dreams.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I can carve through armor!
An
All
outstanding
disaster
effect.
on one. Come forth, a healers of purity.
Shield and grace!
You
Here's
picked
a
the
healing
wrong fight!
Hurricane
All
strike!
disaster
First aid!
Eternal devastation!
Blizzard bloom!
The healers of purity. Maelstrom. Too much to handle. Corruption.
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Crush!
Annihilation.
Can't get out of this.
Drinking orb. Purge the land.
Light up the
Mega
dark!
Sonic Thrust!
I'm ready to go!
Freeze Lancer. Dance
Eternal
with the wind.
devastation!
Sleep now.
Dragon Swarm!
Appreciate the help.
This one's mine.
Crush!
Where are you going?
Hurricane
Dragon
strike!
This
Beast assault!
Try harder! My turn!
Will this help?
I won't
Wind
lose.
astral energy.
Not now,
Lower that
not
care.
ever.
Healing circle.
Thanks.
Thank
Pay for
you.
that!
Lunar
Dragon
corruption.
Swarm!
Thanks, Shion.
Shattering
By the
pieces!
power.
Try harder!
Annihilation.
Take this!
Radiant
I'm not
light.
done!
strike!
This one's
There.
all mine!
I'll heal you.
Ah! Ignite!
Slag assault!
Eternal
Healing
devastation!
Flaming meteor!
I'm
Nothing gets by me!
sorry.
Far enough!
Searing flame.
Thanks!
Reload.
Can't get out of this!
Damn it.
Eternal
Strike.
devastation!
This one's mine!
Take this!
Resuscitation.
You.
Back in
Swing
still got
it
some
off.
fight left in me.
Lunar
Strike!
Talon
Dragon
Hurricane
Glacial Spear.
You're
Here's
mine!
evil.
Eternal devastation!
Freeze Lancer.
No escape!
This one's
Dragon
mine!
Swarm!
Water. Hear my
Try
call.
harder! Not a chance! I'm nearly done for!
Here's a healing herb.
Crush! It's on! Try harder!
Glacial
Now.
Spear.
No
Here's
chance!
evil.
Eat this!
Rock and rent.
Burn in hell!
Freeze Lancer. That'll bring you down.
Power of
Dragon Swarm!
Punch!
I got you!
Art sealed.
Mega Sonic
show
Thrust!
you what-
I'll burn it all! Ah!
So pretty.
Flaming
So
pillar!
pretty.
Will this help?
Dragon Swarm!
Inspiration!
In a bind?
I could do this all day!
I'll cover you.
This one's all mine!
Recover.
Ah! You picked the wrong
Appreciate
fight!
the help!
Swallow dance!
Oh,
Anything in
You're
armor
mine!
is all
Hurricane
Escape!
strike!
Dragon Swarm!
Reload.
Strike!
Like nothing gets by me!
You're
Talon
finished.
far enough!
Mega Sonic Thrust! Dragon Swarm!
in the groove!
Flaming
I'll
meteor!
take
Eternal
Hey,
Death!
what in-
I'm on it!
Crush!
Here, let me help.
Not a chance! My turn!
First
No
aid.
escape! Eternal devastation!
Lightning. Downfall.
What is this?
Hey,
My turn!
you okay?
I can still do this!
Talon
No escape! Rising
Let me
battle
show you
flame
what my
inside
art
me
can do.
yearns to be
Rise
let
and
free!
shine. I'll heal you all.
Eternal
Here
Dragon
goes.
Inferno punch!
In a bind?
Here's a
Dragon
healing
Swarm!
orb. First
Eat
aid.
this!
Their arts were interrupted!
Getting struck! Ready
Eternal
and ready.
devastation!
Now you see what I can do.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
This Dragon Swarm! You picked the wrong
I
fight!
think it does it.
Eternal
I can do this all
devastation!
day.
Ground and pound!
I'm on it. Talon Storm.
Crush!
Make it rain!
Kisara! Commander
There's
of
this
Heaven!
one finally gone.
Phoenix Cyclone!
I'll heal you all.
Not a chance!
Oh, we finished that fight. Okay. What's the part 2 gonna be like?
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean... Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became
That's not quite the exact reasoning.
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alfred!
Hey, dude, I thought that thing couldn't hold you. Trust Shion.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Crispy gingerbread man!
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What, those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be
Ouch.
here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
3 different characters have their skill points available. For Claimage, which was Kisara. Training grounds, fish. Need to get these still. And this one. Increased max AG. Let's then start triggering the easier over limit. Art casting mobility for you. I believe that's actually... Yeah. Let's start queuing for that. That shouldn't take too long. Oh, I cannot fast travel anywhere. Okay. That's a little annoying. Wait, did I... No, I am going the right way. Hi, buddy. Do you need to go outside and go potty? Do you need to go potty, old man, or do you need some more water? A little bit of both? It's a little bit of both? Okay. I hear you. Let's go take care of that, shall we? Let's go take care of that, yeah. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go let this old man outside and get him some more water, because... And also get myself some water, because it is hot in my room right now. Especially where my desk is set up. It's right by the front window, the front of the house, and... What is the temp outside right now? Let's see. It is 99 degrees outside right now. For all the Fahrenheit people. For all the Celsius... Oh, no, never mind. It's not 99. I just refreshed it. It's 104 out right now. For all those Celsius people out there, it is 40 degrees Celsius right now. It is hot. And my body doesn't regulate temperature that well. Just to be completely clear, my body does not regulate temperature well. So I will be back in a moment after I get myself some water and get my dog some water and also have him go outside to go potty. He's an old man. His bladder's not the greatest. Be back shortly. Alrighty, friends, I am back once again. I know I didn't take that long. Apparently, my old man only just wanted water, which is fair. But I got back with my water and also ended up taking my antibiotics that I needed to take. Kind of forgot about it 2 hours ago. Is that the Outlast Trials? I don't think that's the Outlast Trials, but that looks like it. A game some friends were playing. They were streaming it to a server, so I had to check. Now, the fact that I cannot fast travel. So something's gonna happen on my way to the starship. I wonder what.
I won't forgive you!
You've got spirit!
You're mine! In your dreams!
Hurricane!
Now or never. I'm going in. Take this.
No
I'm all
escape!
stuffed up! Magna
Fire support! Megasonic thrust!
Shadow!
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Lunar blast! Do it!
Look
Get rid
sharp!
of him now.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Far
Not
beyond
a
the
chance!
darkest skies!
Soaring Light Spear!
Take this! Flame! Reload!
Dragon
Use
Sword!
a healing arc! First aid! Reheat
My
sword!
turn!
Time to shine! Hear me! Flame! Burning
Dragon
strike!
Swarm!
Glacial spear!
Going in!
Pierce
Strike!
evil! How about
Eternal
this?
Now
Lancer!
See what I can
Who's
do.
next?
Dragon
All
Swarm!
disasters made one! Water! Clear like the helix of purity! Spread!
You're finished!
Maelstrom!
The flaming stuff! Time to let it rip! Here I come!
Look sharp!
Beyblade,
Dragon
Beyblade,
Swarm!
let it rip.
Everyone's still in one piece.
Sudden urge to just sing that because of time to
I
let it
barely
rip.
worked up a sweat.
Here goes!
Crush! You picked the wrong fight!
Healing circle!
No further!
Flaming meteor!
Throbs in
Get
pain.
myself together! Purge malevolence!
Take
Arcane
this!
waterfall! Lunar corruption!
Sleep now.
Take this.
I'm not done!
More for the
Crush!
top! Aw, too shy!
You're finished!
It's in the sky, it's
You're
mine!
mine!
Discharge!
On guard! Eternal devastation!
Here's a healing arc! See my
Crush!
first aid!
Thanks!
Shattering the pieces!
Attack time!
You get the gist! Lunar corruption!
Crush!
Freeze flame! Lunar
Lunar
blah, blah,
chill!
blah. This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hear me!
My
Flame
turn!
of fury!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah? Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
The flames will
Dragon
roar.
Swarm!
Mega ray! Raging cascade!
Eat dirt!
By the power of water! Look sharp!
Eternal
Now,
Kisara! Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix
Cyclone!
Cyclone! Looks like we got them all.
Regenerative crystal, which is revives if I remember correctly. Holy, that was a lot. Regenerative crystal, tier 5. I believe that is specifically chance of revive upon death. Which I might need to start using if I'm unable to get better at the game. To deal with... Okay, I'm going the right way. I got lost for a second.
enough!
Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this!
Radiant Pierce! Hurricane Strike!
Eternal Take
Mega
this!
Ray! Flood Annihilation!
Eternal
Thunderblade!
Illuminate the
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer!
Try harder!
Flaming Burn Up!
Crush! Burn in hell!
Healing Pound! First Aid!
Take
Smash
this.
to pieces!
Here I
Flaming
Smash
Meteor!
you.
Now!
Say! Ha! Blow them away!
Now! Take this!
Can't get out of this!
Pierce! This one's mine! Switch to offense! Do it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade. And that finishes off all the minions as well.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Alright, let's head upstairs here then. Okay. Here's the cutscene I was waiting on.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Very likely.
Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Between you
Lenegus
and
wouldn't
Dohalim.
have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then.
He finally pieced it together. After
Avakir,
everyone-
you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Sounds like they're finally heading out the door for work.
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. business on Rena awaits.
The Renan leader emblem. All right.
Looks like the people of Lenig...
Still can't interact with the shop. Or still can't fast travel, but I can interact with the shop. I guess since I can't fast travel, I might as well just continue running. Get to the next plot point I need. Fun, fun, fun. I would love to have an alternate coloration for this outfit. It's quite pretty. Pretty, pretty. So when is the next... There, okay. I'll be honest, I don't know how much longer I can actually stay alive with this heat. As much as I'd love to go until like
I thought we'd find
4 hour
answers
stream,
on Lenegus,
I
but just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again.
The
And now
summer is
we
an
have more
absolute
problems
pain.
to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegus.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Oh my. Oh my. Golly gee. What in the world just happened?
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
I don't think that's the case.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Interesting. Can I pause it now? Yes, okay. So, from what I'm understanding, Rena has been blown to oblivion. And has been into oblivion. The planet itself is destroyed. And that was the purpose of the crown contest in the original invasion 300 years prior. They needed to relocate because they themselves destroyed their planet. It was no longer inhabitable. The history and the records of that were lost to the ages. Until they found out that, and I believe the invasion specifically was also because they found out that the astral energy of the four elements alongside light and dark, the Renis Alma, could apparently restore the planet to what it once was. The opposite of oblivion is restoration. The spirit channeling ceremony was to restore the planet of Rena back to its former glory. That is what I'm understanding from this. There is no sovereign. There is no leaders. There is no people on Rena. Everyone from the prior crown contests were most likely silenced or turned into astral energy themselves. The reason this hasn't been finished yet for 300 years is because that's how long it's been taking to actually get the enough astral energy to perform the restoration. There is another thing I've been wanting to say. The Naori's descendants, if they all had the curse, including Naori, how did they end up getting descendants in the first place? If everyone had the same thorns that Shion has, where they can't be touched, how did they get descendants? How did they have children to have descendants? And therefore, unless it's artificial, and then that's an entire thing on its own, which, again, is awkward. I'm just pointing out plot holes and my speculations right now, as I've not finished this game. I've not played it before. This is still my first playthrough of it. Let's continue.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegus in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
No use debating about it. She has a point. Assuming I can't go back yet either, right? Yeah.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Who's to say that the planet wasn't originally around? Like I said, it got blown up due to misuse.
That beam of light joining Dan.
That's my speculation of the matter, and I'm sticking to it. There's really nothing else here. Just walk in here. Not accessible. Central level is. Alright. These aren't actual doorways, and there doesn't seem to be anything on the ground for me to pick up. Okay. Continuing on.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
No, it wasn't.
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Two different locations right here. I'm gonna go this way first. Nothing here. I'm gonna see if I can go to the upper level as well before I end up trying to go over there. Because there's a central area, that's where Eldrick was. This is the lower area. Let's go to the upper area. Which looks like it's blocked off? No. It's not. That is so far away. Holy! That is pretty, though. That is pretty. Gotta take a screenshot of that. That is pretty. I actually love that. Let's go to the lower level now and continue on.
Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Huh.
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Intriguing.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Alrighty. Let's talk to the final dude.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Indeed.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good.
Same here.
Let's go find them.
Okay.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Alrighty. There's a lot more people on the ship than initially seen. Hi, Kisara.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
To unplug that
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Very much so. Well said, Kisara. Well said. Rinwell, how do you feel about the situation?
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Heverick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's
So we
no
still need
way
to
we can
record
let
the
it be
next one
destroyed.
then. Got it.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Okay. That will be done later. Had to verify something on that end. Fortunately, me verifying that made me miss all the dialogue here, but I can easily find it, the information again.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Alright. Dohalim, how you feeling about this entire situation?
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
Not much, Jay.
I don't think Naori
apologies
was
about
hoping that we would just
no,
stop the world from getting destroyed.
Not
She
much.
considered
How's
me
things going for you?
a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be
Just
saved.
experiencing a
just
lot
so
of
they
lore
could go
drops
back
on
to hurting each other.
Tales of Arise right now.
Maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If
What's
we
your
have
plans
any
for the
hope
night,
of moving on and
Jay?
building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other.
Ah, gotcha,
I'm there
gotcha.
with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori.
I was gonna
for
ask you
everything
if
that she
you'd be
did.
down to hang out in
Yeah.
an hour or so.
I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
If you're down, that is.
Well,
it has
is
been a few
everybody
days
ready
after
to do
all.
what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us
I would like
saving
to discuss
Shion.
with you after stream as well, actually. So if you're able to
saying
stay
there's
up
a
a little
chance?
bit longer, that would be amazing.
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
Yeah, that should probably be the first step.
Oh my...
Typical RPGs, always with the constant monologuing and lore dropping, especially when getting closer to the end.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their
All
powers,
right.
the maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the great spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process.
Well
if
said,
all you're gonna
Alphen.
do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Oh.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
Sounds about right.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all.
All right.
Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man.
The truth.
Is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
The truth shall set us free. Where's the achievement there? Oh, not that. Learn the truth about Donna and Rena on Dig Fazol. Now take the fight to the Great Spirit. Achievement unlocked. Let's rest.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hevrick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? Although that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere.
I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Do I have access to go to the... I do not. There's a new side quest there. Okay. Looking at this, take off for Rena.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long...
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the The Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Absolutely desolate, but absolutely pretty in its own right.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Okay, so does this mean I can actually fast travel back to Dana now? Because it seems that special owls have been released all on Dana. I can, in fact, fast travel back to Dana, and I think I will.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Jeez, there's so many right there. Alright, what you got, old man?
Hey.
Hmm.
Yes.
Just great.
How's this?
Got it.
Hey, yay!
All right.
Alright, global connection quest, grabbed. Yes, give priority to this, as I am going to be doing these side quests for the next little bit. Igleo Waste. So head to this area. Got it.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
Now, can I interact with that wall? Not yet, right? Yeah, not yet. So I could have technically got this earlier on, I guess? Oh, it's over here. I see the map action now. hi there.
Hoo hoo. Who? Who?
Who?
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Vest
We
of
got
secrets.
some good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
It is for law. And it is in fact better than what he was wearing. Alright. Next up. You need to go to Ulzebek to grab this side quest too. So let's go ahead and do that as I figure out map layout for the next owl. As that is mostly what I am going to be focusing on for the next...
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
10 minutes? Not just the side quests?
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
Yeah!
Hey.
Yeah?
I can't. Thanks.
No, I don't need to worry about giving that priority. So I need to go to Glenmaid Castle. I'll talk to Nath real quick. And head to Balsif's personal
All right.
quarters.
Got it.
Oh, now I gained access to the sealed off area. Okay. Anyway. Glyndamine Castle, 3rd floor, but I want to go to the Lord's Chamber, which I can't teleport there, so I've got to go to the 1st floor manually, and then I can work my way up.
Hey! She's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
Let's go to the 4th floor, I believe. Top floor. This should lead me to the Lord's Chambers. I actually haven't run up here since I first came in here, so...
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
You are such a big fella. Battle Maiden's Shield.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing? Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
What are they saying? Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes. I must open my mind and sincerely engage with them in earnest.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting to look at them when they're all lined up together like this, though. Like how these two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
Hmm? What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Ugh, Hootle! These relics are no place for you to do your business! Whew! I'm serious! These are priceless pieces of history!
Yeah.
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
I sense a strange power from this.
So that was equipment for you. Or was it cosmetic? Oh, Battle Maiden's shield. Whoops. It was just the treasure. Okay. Next one is in Revealed Prison Tower in Cislodia. Specifically the Hidden Chamber, which is behind the collection room. Everyone viewing part of Dana's history in the castle. High up there. Ooh, you pretty.
Ooh.
Broken machine gun.
That treasure. What a sweet sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Alright, next step. Menencia at Tenia Palace guard room? Guard room. Prince Plaza. Okay, I need to go back onto the second floor. Whoops. And the guard room and the barracks are 2 different locations. I need to remember that. Oh. 2, 3, 4. Alright, I've just about reached the 4-hour mark.
Do you sense one of your friends who... Poodle?
Ancient excavator. So let's at the very least finish off these owls and
Maybe
then...
something's going on in the forest.
I see.
Hey, Alfin, what do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy.
But anyway, the next one is Delpharis Castle in the Lord's Chamber. Thankfully, I can fast travel here.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Even after staying here.
Alright.
Who?
Trident.
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Alright, so it looks... Level 59 boss? I mean, that's entirely possible for me to fight right now. Uninhabited Island is the final one. That's not it. There's another side quest there. On the shores of Tua. So on the shores of here... And then I proceed to talk to my friendly sailor, which I'm not going to be able to get this owl this stream.
Oh?
Right.
Yep. Beyond the Grave quest started. And this is the final owl of the game as well.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
So, on that note, this is where I'm going to be calling off stream today. Thank you all for joining me.
Aw, are you
and
tired,
I
Poodle?
hope
You sure he's not just trying to hide
see
from
you
us?
all again later. And especially tomorrow. Peace out, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening. This is Celestial Wolf Gaming, or CWG Wolf, signing off. Bye!